Sí. Thank you. 5 pages. I'm sorry, I didn't.
Point of privilege. I need to just 5 minutes and then I'll be back, just so you know. I don't know how else to say it.
Can we go into closed session? We'll give you that 5 minutes then, or no, you need it now?
I'm just gonna go.
Okay, go. We'll wait for you. We're going to take a 5-minute recess from closed session. No, we're not going to take a 5-minute recess. Go, Madam Secretary, go ahead. Just keep going. Okay. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, February 20th, 2024, and the time is 5 p.m. We'll now call to order the meeting of the Victorville City Council and the same council sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, the Southern California Logistic Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the sitting as Housing Access Successor, Joint Powers Finance Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Roll call. Madam Clerk, can you please kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez has stepped away from the dais. Councilmember Irving.
Present.
Councilmember Jones. Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Here.
Mayor Becerra.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, introduction to public comments for closed session items. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
If not, then we'll move on. Here we go. Declaration of closed session items by City Attorney, Mr. DeBrunowski.
Thank you, Mayor Becerra. We have 5 items this evening. The first 2 items, A and B, are existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1, and disclosure of the parties could jeopardize existing settlement negotiations. Items C, D, and E are real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The properties and the negotiating parties are set forth on the agenda. To the extent there's reportable action, we will report it either at the conclusion of the closed session or at the commencement of the regular 6 o'clock session.
Thank you very much. We are now in recess to closed session, and open session will resume at 6 p.m. She's a baby.
Doggone it. Excuse me. Swear, something in the desert's got. No, that's okay. I don't need to do that. But
It's serious. Six PM regular session. Good evening. Today is Tuesday, February 20th, 2024, and the time is 6 PM. We'll call to order. We are resuming the open session of our meeting, the following which will come to order. The Victorville City Council, the same council sitting as the Victorville Library Board of Trustees, the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Redevelopment Agency, the city as the Housing Asset Successor, Joint Powers Finance Authority, and the Victorville Water District. Madam Clerk, will you kindly call the roll?
Councilmember Gomez,
Present.
Councilmember Irving,
Present.
Councilmember Jones.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
here,
Mayor Becerra.
Here.
We have quorum.
Thank you. Closed session announcements by City Attorney, Mr. Dibanowski.
Thank you, Mayor Becerra. We had 5 items this evening. The first 2 items A and B were existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9 D1, and providing information regarding that could jeopardize existing settlement negotiations. Items C, D, and E all dealt with real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The properties are designated on the agenda, as are the negotiating parties, and at this time, there's no reportable action with respect to any one of those 3 items.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to the invocation and pledge of allegiance. The invocation will be held, led by Pastor Ephraim Wilson of Destiny Christian Church, and our pledge will be led by Police Captain John Wickham. If you would stand at this time.
Let us pray. Father God, we come boldly before your throne with a heart of thanksgiving and gratitude. We thank you for being a God of love who is with us now in this very room. Your grace has brought us here safely. We thank you for that. We thank you for calling you, because of your calling, you have given us to be good stewards of your creation, to love our neighbors as ourselves. We thank you tonight for these, your servants, our mayor, our city manager, our city staff, our city council members. I give thanks for the way of service they have chosen to take up on behalf of all of us here. Help us, Lord, to trust you more, that we may lean on you for an everlasting love. And so we pray that you will be glorified tonight through the decisions of this council, city council. We pray that your kingdom will come to Victorville as it is in the heaven through your power working in each of these your servants. We pray for wisdom, for strength, for courage to do what is right and good for all citizens. May we put the interests of others above our own. May we act with love for the common good. May we be good neighbors, recognizing your image in every person here. We thank you again for this council and all those who work to make this place we call home such a wonderful city. In the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen.
Please face the flag and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. At this time, special presentations. We are going to recognize the recipient of the paramedic scholarship. I would like to invite the council, Joel Orduno, Chris Nunez, and Fire Chief Waskowski to join me. Forward, please. The whole council.
Okay.
Tonight, I have the great honor of recognizing the winner of our paramedic scholarship. One of the city's strategic priorities is to develop future leaders and skilled talent, which is you, and careers with the city of Victorville, especially our fire department. For this reason, we worked with Victorville College Foundation to sponsor a full ride scholarship to the Victorville College Paramedic Academy. Okay, pretty good. I'm pleased to recognize that Joel Orduno for winning the scholarship. Congratulations on behalf of the entire Victorville City Council. We are pleased to recognize you for this outstanding achievement and invest in your future. Here you go. Oh, this you have. At this time, Chris, would you like to say a few words?
Well, thank you so much. First off, on behalf of the VVC Foundation, Victor Valley College, the City of Victorville, and Joel Orduno, I want to say thank you very much. Thank you very much to this council and to the city and the city's fire department for supporting VVC students, the program, and of course our community. This is true. These scholarships that are being given are a true investment because not only will Joel be able to complete the program without the headache of the fiscal responsibilities that come along with it, but he'll be able to focus on the important life-saving measures that he's going to learn and then hopefully put into service right here in our community. So a true investment and a true partnership. So thank you all so very much.
Thank you, Vinod. Good luck. Okay, at this time, we're going to have the city clerk present the agenda. Madam Clerk, will you present the agenda and any revisions there too?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have one revision to the agenda this evening. It's for item 4. It's revision number 1 is the first table under this discussion section. and it's updating the expenditures amount from the fiscal year 23-24 revised budget from $399,782,346 to $399,920,346. And its revision number 2 is to correct a typo under the general fund projected reserve amount from 46,044,906 to $46,449,906. Madam Mayor, that concludes the revisions to the agenda this evening.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to ask my counsel, are there any conflict of interest to declare at this time? No. None. Okay. Introduction to public comments. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Victorville City Council. Your City Council is interested in your ideas and opinions and furthermore endeavors to incorporate them into its deliberations. At the same time, the council must be able to carry out its business in an organized and efficient manner, free from material disruption. Therefore, this meeting will be administered in accordance with the council's established policies and procedures and Government Code Section 54957.9. Individuals may speak on agenda items or on issues not posted on the agenda during the public comments section, providing those issues are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the City Council. Individual speakers may address the council once per public comment period and once per each public hearing item for up to 3 minutes. Additional time may be allotted for appeal hearings in accordance with the city's adopted policy and procedure manual. Those who desire to comment on a public hearing item may wish to reserve their remarks until that particular public hearing has been opened. All testimony is to be directed solely to the council. Although open meeting laws do not permit council members to engage in dialogue with any speaker during the public comment periods, please know your comments and questions may be taken into consideration by council members when discussing the particular agenda item. The presiding officer may briefly respond or have staff respond to statements or questions, or may request that staff report back to the council at a subsequent meeting. Speakers are requested to comment as briefly as the subject permits. Once comments are invited, the speaker will be called on by name, then recognized by the presiding officer. The speaker will state the item number or numbers they will be addressing, or that the subject is a non-agendized matter. Audience members may not disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting, and those who do are subject to removal from the meeting pursuant to Penal Code 403. Your understanding and cooperation are appreciated. Madam Mayor, our first speaker for general public comments is Teresa Rayberg.
Okay, this is not item 4, right? This is public. Okay, I was here, I live at 12763 Cardinal Road in Victorville. And just recently a semi, 12773 parked their semi on the driveway and was there for 3 weeks with no license, no registration. So, and I couldn't do anything about it. And I did file, for it to be moved, but it took 3 weeks to 4 weeks. And there's semis that's parked on the street on Cardinal Road, and it's damaging the pavement. And there's holes, they have patched it. Every house has a patch in front of their street. And I'm here to try to get it repaved on the item 4, where it talks about pavements. And also Foxfire is the community. And just recently a car went into the block wall and they didn't put the plaque back up, Foxfire. They just put the block wall. So that was my another concern. And then the other concern is they, on La Mesa and Topaz Road, they supposed to have took the debris away, but they left a big old pile there right on the 4-way stop. And so it's hard to see where, other cars. So that was my concern also. And so things are getting done by the city, but there's things that are lacking. It's not like complete. So I don't know if they're ever going to put the Foxfire sign back in my community, but I'm really concerned because these water lines on the street are going up high in the air and all they're doing is coming in and patching it. So instead of actually fixing the street. And I'm concerned now that it's raining, that a pothole could sink a whole street because now all this water is seeping down into these cracks. And I know there's a law federal law about safety water. I don't know if I'm drinking safe water in my pipes. So that's my concerns about the semis, and I have nobody to tell these semis and policemen, they don't go up and down our community enough into the communities to stop these semis parking in the street. So
Ms. Rayberg, thank you very much for coming with her. If you would do me a favor, leave your information to our city clerk staff. Everything you talked about is 3 different divisions. Somebody will be getting in touch with you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, our next speaker?
Our next speaker is Tanya Tony on a non-agendized item.
Hello, I'm Tanya Tony. This is Christina and this is William. We're talking on behalf of Tumbleweed Hall. It's an Alcoholics Anonymous meeting hall. At our current location, we were able to be classified as a peer support social hall. They've increased our rent. Real quick, we're nonprofit. They've increased our rent from $850 to $1,500 a month. I thought, this is my first time going through the process and the application and everything as far as a business renting a business, commercial property. I thought that everything would transfer to a new location. We can't afford the $1,500 rent. What we're asking is that we maintain the peer support, I don't know why I can't remember, excuse me, peer support social hall classification. We want to move into a new location. I'm waiting to get the, thank you, the fictitious name, excuse me, the fictitious name statement from San Bernardino County in order to get our business license and finalize everything with our current location. And then we want to move. I thought everything moved with us. So what I'm asking, the most important thing at this point, I think, is that we maintain the peer support group hall classification, because we were classified as assembly when I first started this process some months ago, and we're not an assembly, but we aren't coded for the location that we're in. I hope I'm making sense to everyone. Is there anything? We are going to be moving. I'm going to redo the application, but I'm not sure who to talk to or how to go about maintaining that classification. We have to move by the 1st. We were told maybe a month ago, less than a month ago, and so I thought I was waiting for our business license. I thought that things were coming and things were taken care of. We had a lot of business to take care of, but so we were told our rent's going up to $1,500 a month. So, I mean, we're okay with the move. We just need to maintain this classification, and then everything will get taken care of. I hope that makes sense.
Mr.
Okay,
Maxwell?
real quick. Oh, 30 seconds. Okay. So in the midst of us trying to move, the place where we were called down into LA to discuss the move, and they raised our rent. The new place that we were going to move to, we're caught in this quagmire, and we got what is a pink slip in violation because we didn't do certain things. So they came.
Your time is up.
All right.
Mr. Metzger, same thing?
Yeah, we'll have somebody contact them.
Make sure they have your contact information and a phone number, our city staff. Thank you very much. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Paulette Morris on a non-agendized item.
Hello, council members. I was here 2 weeks ago, and you guys, if you remember me, I had on yellow that time. Some of you didn't pay attention to me, I know, because I watched you at home on the video on YouTube. What I want to say to you guys is this. We have a problem up here, and a lot of you know it. One of you, there's two of you, actually, who are not paying attention on purpose. However, you guys are here to protect us. We voted you in to protect us, not be afraid of each other or whatever someone else is holding off over you. We need you. You are our voices. This Justice 8 name for Edwin Enamorado and the rest of the crew, you guys know they have rights. Their rights are being violated. We voted you in. Speak up for us. Don't be afraid of them kicking your door in and raiding your house. You're no different than us. Speak up for us, guys, please. We need you to. The good sheriffs here in this high desert, we have a lot of them. But we have a few bad cops, guys. We need you guys to stand up and clean our house. It's time for voting. If you don't hear me now, you will hear me soon. We need you guys. Stick up with for the rest of the guys on the panel. Don't let them fall down alone. Help them. Help our good sheriffs. Help them when they go to their office to do their work with their, what do they call them, coworkers. They're not safe either. They're being bullied just like we are. And people, so that you know, there are more white people being taken advantage of, abused, and their rights being taken up on this hill than any other minority. It's just they don't speak up. They're not out here protesting. Mr. Enamorado is protesting for all of us, not just the vendors. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Madam,
The video is horrible on YouTube, guys. It's horrible seeing you guys, and we can't see us. It's horrible. So can we please upgrade? Time. Gotcha.
thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We have no additional speakers under general public comment. However, we did receive 2 public comments via email, and those have been posted to the website and distributed.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to close public comments. Our first order, public hearings is our first order of business. Item 1, adopt a mitigated negative declaration for the citywide environmental maintenance permits for washes project number BM19-064. Mr. Metzler, would you kind of introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Throughout the city, we own approximately 127 flood control facilities. And with the ownership of those facilities comes the maintenance responsibility by the city. This item before you creates an actual pathway for the city to obtain permits from the regulatory agency that are responsible for overseeing things like water quality, fish and wildlife, and drainage-related matters, particularly Lahontan, which is a division of the State Water Quality Control Board, Department of Fish and Wildlife, along with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, are the regulating agencies that require permits before we can actually go in and do the maintenance we need to do, the preventative maintenance we need to do to keep our storm drain system functioning. So effectively, this item, having completed the initial study and establishing the mitigated negative declaration, this item before you provides an opportunity for the public to review and comment on those documents, being that they are very voluminous in nature and even required some technical expertise beyond that we currently have here with the city. We do have Daniel Cardoza in attendance to answer any technical questions that we might not be able to as staff. He's with Michael Baker International. But of course, as you know, this item has been authored by your Director of Public Works and Water, Mr. Doug Matthews, along with Freddie Bonilla, who's your city engineer.
Sir, Madam Clerk, would you kindly please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council open and conduct a public hearing to receive testimony regarding the mitigated negative declaration for the citywide environmental maintenance permits for ephemeral washes, project number BM19-064, close the public hearing, and adopt resolution number 24-008, adopting a mitigated negative declaration and a mitigated monitoring and reporting program under the California Environmental Quality Act for the citywide environmental maintenance permits for ephemeral washes, project number BM 19-064, and approving the project.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to go to technical questions from council members. We'll start with Councilmember Jones.
Yes, thank you, Madam.
Check your mic.
I'm on.
Okay.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Mm.
Yay. Well, first of all, I had to do a lot of study to make, there was a lot of new words in here that I'm scouring, rip rap and all of those other things. So it wasn't quite an education for me, but the long and the short of this is that first of all, it's a very comprehensive report, but as I understand it, the only species that's of immediate concern is the yellow warbler, but we still have to make provision for the others, and while we're doing this that might be nesting or having other issues, we still have to keep an eye out.
That's correct. Generally speaking, as it relates to wildlife species, effectively, this program develops a checklist not only for that particular species, but for us to be able to at least inspect and try to identify if others exist in the areas that require maintenance.
Right. All right. That's all I have. Thank you.
Councilmember Gomez.
Yes. In the opening report, it's my understanding that there's going to be costs that the city will absorb as a base business standard when it comes to citywide environmental maintenance permits for ephemeral washes project based on this location. Is that so?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Yes, there will be costs, and the costs largely are the ongoing human and capital costs associated with the physical work of actually conducting the maintenance within, say, the washes themselves. There'll also be a cost associated with the permits that have to be obtained through the regulatory agencies.
And what funding will the costs come from?
As identified in the fiscal impact section, the storm drain fund is principally going to be the fund used to pay for storm drain related costs. That'd be fund number 202.
And are there any grants available to subsidize the cost from any state, federal, or other fundings? And has the city admin looked into such option availability?
We have, and there's nothing available that I'm aware of.
Are there any requirements due to any kind of recent statutes that we're trying to accommodate the maintenance and the fees that are going to come from the funds?
Not so much from the funds. This has more to do with satisfying the CEQA process.
And is this a base for, and hopefully you understand where my question is driven from, but is this a base for a settlement, and I put quote unquote a penalty for agreement assessment by Lahontan and other public agencies that are related to the death settlements that were paid out a few years ago?
No, this has nothing to do with that. This has more to do with us wanting to physically get into our storm drain system, particularly the ephemeral washes, so that we can maintain them in such a way so as to prevent increased damage that likely could exist in a storm event absent proper maintenance.
And so is one of the examples of the ephemeral washes the one near Davis Doris Park on Hughes Street off of Rodeo Drive?
That would be a part of the wash system.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you, Councilwoman Gomez.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Irving.
I agree with Member Jones. This was a very comprehensive report, quite voluminous, but I don't have any questions. It was a good read on a Saturday evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Harriman.
It was just give us an opportunity to clean up the homeless garbage in those areas also.
Well, the actual buildup, if you will, if that's what you're speaking of, is the buildup either during a storm event or leading up to a storm event. That's something that we already do, and because we're not taking excavating type equipment into the washes, that doesn't have the same level of disturbance, if you will. So whether it's as a part of our larger homeless or unsheltered related efforts, cleanup efforts, that's already being done, and that's not contemplated as a part of this item. And then, of course, if it's cleanup during or immediately during a storm event, we have the ability to do that as well. This is more so the larger preventative maintenance prior to any storm event for us to go in and do work.
And we're just approving the purchase of the permit so we can do the work.
No, in this particular case, it's a little bit more than that. This would be taking the action to adopt the mitigated neg deck, basically to allow for us to submit the application for those permits.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harmon. With a question with Councilmember Harriman's question, Mr. Metzler, is this going to include removal of trees and debris in the inlets and outlets of our storm culverts?
That's very possible. Could be more than just trees, could be shrubs and other type of vegetation.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. At this time, I'll open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. If there is none, I'm closing the public comment hearing, and I'll invite a motion for this item.
Madam Mayor, I move that the council adopt staff's recommendation as to point 3 only, having already disposed of point 1 and 2 as presented on the agenda.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any comments on the pending motion? Councilmember Jones?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Irving?
No, ma'am.
Councilmember Gomez?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harriman?
I have none.
And I have none. Madam Clerk, would you please take the roll?
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We have now taken action to approve point number 3 of staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Public item number 2, proposed ordinance number 2446, revising and establishing speed zones upon certain streets in the city by amending Victorville Municipal Code Section 12.20.020. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is fairly routine in the sense that we attempt to bring this item before you once a year around this time, and it's our collective goal to actually evaluate the segments of our roadway throughout the city, all of those roadways over the course of a 5-year period. And so with that, as a part of our annual effort, we conduct traffic surveys where we evaluate speed and traffic collision data to determine appropriateness in either increasing or decreasing the roadway speed limits. And so with that, we've completed our latest evaluation, and with that, this item identifies and recommends changes to certain speed limits based upon that data. And then also it newly establishes a speed limit because one technically doesn't currently exist for the Green Tree extension extending easterly from Hesperia Road over the railroad tracks. And so this item includes a newly established speed zone for that particular segment of road. There's much greater detail in this particular item that's better spoken about by your city engineer, which is Mr. Freddie Bonilla, who's also the author on this item.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council open and conduct a public hearing to receive comments regarding ordinance number 2446 and the municipal code amendment therein, close the public hearing, find the municipal code amendment exempt from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, pursuant to section 15060C2, 15060C3, and/or 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines, introduce ordinance number 2446 for adoption and first reading by title only, and waive further public reading in full of proposed ordinance number 2446.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, we're going to do technical questions from our council member regarding this item. Councilwoman Gomez.
Yes, what is the exact title for the yearly survey done by the city for these traffic collision data? That any member of the public, should they want further information for increase and decrease of speeds, what would they be requesting?
I would ask for the city's citywide speed survey. Mr. Bonilla, would you? Mr. Bonilla agrees.
Thank you. The next question is, has it already been the 5th year for the recent speed changes that were approved by the city council?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, it's my understanding that these types of speeds are done at least within 5-year periods. So I was wondering if every 5 years or how it gets conducted.
That is our goal. We try to conduct surveys for all of the streets in the city within the 5-year period.
And on page 236, paragraph 2 speaks to the justification of increasing speeds to limits of 5 miles per hour unless traffic engineer justifies its sufficiency. What is the documentation that the civil or the traffic engineer needs for such a justification?
If I might, the better detail of that can be answered by your city engineer, Mr. Freddie Bonilla.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Mr. Metzger. So some of the engineering qualifications that we would look at would be vertical curves, horizontal curves, something not readily apparent to the driver.
And that information is on 2 documents that were presented, at least with topics that I can find if I needed to delve a little deeper.
That is correct. We have that results available at our engineering counter. If anybody has any questions, they can review those results at our engineering counter, like I said.
And is there a specific name for that as well?
No, it would be included in what Mr. Metzger indicated.
Thank you. The next question is, how is quote unquote correctness of the exacting speed limits measured?
So the determination of speed limits is actually determined by the vehicle code. The city is required to do a survey at least every 5 years. This is the second part of the survey that we brought to you earlier last year. And this would essentially set us up for the next 4 years. And what we actually do is we actually go out and take data and determine what that 85th percentile speed limit is. The logic behind that thinking is that every road segment has a natural speed limit that most drivers would observe. And so you're always going to have some people that go beyond that. And so once you determine what that 85th percentile speed limit is, you can look at other factors that I indicated that would not be readily apparent to any drivers to determine that one-time 5 mile per hour reduction.
Thank you. And on page 36, paragraph 5, it states that any resolution may be passed by the local council from 60 to 15 miles based if there's a traffic survey. And there's one that's at 65 or more. What does this mean essentially?
Essentially, you have a statutory limit of 65 miles per hour. And so when we look at survey data, for example, even on our more heavily traveled airways like National Air Expressway, heading out to the airport, you're going to determine that there are speed limits that are probably exceed that maximum speed limit. But by state law, the city is bound to place the maximum limit at 65.
Thank you. And on page 37, all those streets at 5 miles per hour lower, is that what the report's intent was? And how does the GTE to Ridgecrest fit that explanation? Do you understand what I'm talking about on page 37?
Yes. So the listed street segments that you're talking about are the ones that we did not update last year. And so, we take the data, we determine what the 85th percentile is. We typically drop it, that one-time exemption that you're allowed. However, Green Tree, we just opened up that road last May, and so we didn't have any speed limit set. So we had to go out and physically take survey data, and that is the results that you're seeing before you this evening.
So 237, 55 was before 50 and so forth going on? Is that what that report says?
I don't have that specific peg.
Arrowhead, Nisqually, 55 miles per hour. We've already increased it by 5.
No, so what that says is that the 85th percentile was 60 miles per hour, and we reduced it to 5. We wouldn't increase it. That would create a more dangerous situation.
How does that fit that context? From 60 to 55 makes 5, but from 60 to 45 is more than 5.
So there's two different segments there on Arrowhead. So what you have is on one segment where the cars naturally drive faster. That's the higher speed limit. And that's the difference between the two.
So the 85 percentile measure is dependent on the custom
Your time is up.
of this item.
The 85 percentile is determined by the actual road segment itself. So every road segment actually changes. If you look at Arrowhead Drive, there's a portion there that is actually narrows near the wash, and that's basically the difference between the two speed limits.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yeah, the only one that grabs my attention is on Dos Palmas, between Cobalt and Amethyst. That's a school area. You got the high school and the old junior high school, which I'm not sure what that is now, but that seems kind of speedy.
Yeah, and like I said, the 85th percentile there was actually 5 miles per hour higher, and that's one of the reasons why we are recommending a lower, that 5 mile per hour reduction because of the 3 schools, Sims, obviously Silverado, and Cobalt Middle School.
Okay, then I must have misread it then. I thought it was saying it was increased to 50.
No, it was decreased.
Okay, all right, my bad. Thank you, Freddie.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving?
Well, my question was answered in the conversation with Member Gomez and Mr. Bonilla. I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. So kind of piggybacking on what Mayor Pro Tem said. So on page 236 under the discussion, the very last paragraph on that page, it does say, based on the engineering and traffic surveys prepared, the posted speed limits are recommended to be increased for several streets. For all the streets listed below, the speed limits reflect a recommended increase by 5 miles per hour. And one of them is the one that Mayor Pro Tem stated. And he spoke about schools being there. And the other one I'm going to bring up is Eagle Ranch Parkway between Honey Bear Lane to Mesa Linda Avenue. And I know in that area, between those areas, there's a stop sign right by Eagle Ranch Elementary School, and then there's another one at the intersection of Mesa Linda. But it seems to me that 40 even in there is quite a bit in an area where there's schools and a park.
Let me clarify my comment. So we are increasing some speed limits. That is correct. But what I meant to say is we have increased them is that the 85th percentile was actually higher than what we are currently proposing. And so if you want to talk about that specific segment on Dos Palmas between Cobalt and Amethyst, we're recommending a speed limit of 50 miles per hour because the prima facie speed limit was 55. And the same logic applies to the other segments. Obviously, the one at Green Tree is a new speed limit, so we don't have a basis for comparison yet.
Okay, so then I guess I have a general question on prima facie because I mean, people get a little heavy with their foot. So over time, their foot gets heavier and heavier and they push the limits a little bit more. So, I mean, if people are consistently driving, 60 miles down a road, then at some point, we reevaluate to be the 85% of that. And you can only go a maximum of 5 miles below that, even though that might still technically be very unsafe. I don't understand.
Well, like I said, the speed limits are based on the vehicle code, and the way the vehicle code is written, the maximum that the local jurisdiction could reduce it would be 5 miles per hour.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. And I have no questions. At this time, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
No, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title of ordinance 2446?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville revising and establishing speed zones upon certain streets in the city by amending Title 12, Chapter 12.20, Section 12.20.020 of the Victorville Municipal Code entitled Decrease of State Law Maximum Speed.
Thank you. This time I'll invite a motion for this item.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt staff's recommendation as to points 3 through 5 as presented on the agenda, with points 1 and 2 already having been disposed of.
First by Councilmember Jones, second by
Second.
Councilmember Irving. Comments on the pending motion? Councilmember Jones?
No, thank you.
Councilmember Irving?
No comments.
Councilmember Harriman?
Yeah, I must be misreading something, unless that's a typo. It says, based on engineering and traffic surveys prepared, the posted speed limits are recommended to be increased for several streets. For all the streets listed below, the speed limits reflect a recommended increase by 5 miles an hour. And Dos Palmas and Cobalt are down there. Is that just a misprint?
I'll let Freddie.
Again. No, it's not a misprint. If you're looking at what the existing speed limits are to what we are proposing, they are being increased. What I stated is that if you look at the raw data, the 85th percentile, the prima facie speed limit, it's actually 5 miles higher than what we are recommending. So the city, the local jurisdiction, in this case, us, the city of Victorville, is allowed to do a 5 mile per hour reduction of the raw data. So even after that reduction, we are still recommending an additional increase.
Okay, all right. That's just me confused.
Thank
That's
you.
all I have.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes, so I appreciate the California Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, MUTCD, and the incorporation of the prima facie as used with the California Vehicle Code, or else we would have people bringing a lot of hypotheticals, and this would be a big mess. So thank you for bringing those items as primary as to what we can, as local officials, approve and not approve.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have none. Madam Clerk, will you please take the roll?
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We have now taken action to approve points 3 through 5 of staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Public hearing number 3, proposed ordinance number 2449, amending Title 16 of the Victorville Municipal Code with updated regulations, requirements for sidewalk vendors, solicitors, and other mobile vendors and businesses. Proposed resolution number 24-010, adopting related new business license fees. Proposed resolution number 24-012, adopting related business license fee reduction policy. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This item is being brought forward as an update to our municipal code establishing regulations for sidewalk and street vendors, along with other mobile businesses. And this item is doing so being consistent with state laws, particularly those laws prescribed in Senate Bill 972 and Senate Bill 946. This item is an item that has been discussed with your planning commission, and in fact, it was discussed and approved by the planning commission to come forward to you. That took place on December 13th of last year. But because this is a fairly voluminous, very involved item, we actually did develop a presentation to try to summarize all that's contained in these code amendments to basically define for you what the program is. So with that, we have a presentation to be led by Mr. George Duran, who's your code official, and he'll also then introduce other members of the team that have been helpful in bringing us to this point with this recommendation. So if I might, Madam Mayor, turn it over to Mr. Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. To help convey the proposed sidewalk street vendor ordinance and related fees to the City Council and our audience, staff has prepared a short presentation that highlights key elements of the ordinance along with outlining proposed fee reduction policies policy, I should say, to promote regulatory compliance among our future sidewalk vendor businesses. To help guide us through this presentation, our city attorney's office will provide information related to state sidewalk vendor laws and the city's ability to establish local regulations to help support safe sidewalk vending operations. Afterwards, our city engineer, Freddie Bonilla, will outline key public safety factors that we consider with respect to sidewalk vending operations within our city's right-of-way. We will also highlight common vending sites that create public safety concerns and provide a list of sites that are likely of interest to vendors and will allow for safe operation. Thereafter, our city building official, Joseph Slegers, will provide an overview of the city's licensing process, general information to help sidewalk vendors obtain licensing, and provide information on the proposed first-year license fee reduction policy intended to promote and sustain compliance to our local codes. I will then conclude the presentation with general information related to county environmental health permitting, vendor outreach and education, and an overview of the compliance process. And to that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Dobranowski.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. So in 2018, Governor Brown signed into law Senate Bill 946, which took effect in 2019. The purpose of SB 946 was to create the Safe Sidewalk Vending Act as a way to reduce local control over sidewalk vending of either food or merchandise within the city. It decriminalizes sidewalk vending, leaving only possible enforcement option as administrative fines. This is kind of typical of some of the laws we get from the state, which essentially reduce local control. Senate Bill 946, in essence, provides that the city may not reduce the total number of sidewalk vendors allowed in any given community. You may only restrict it in sensitive locations pursuant to objective health, safety, and welfare concerns. This then caused the city staff to basically craft an ordinance that allows for the consideration of both objective health, safety, and welfare concerns in order to formulate a broad, comprehensive plan of where such restrictions could be established. In addition, SB 946 eliminates all criminal penalties available for violations of sidewalk vendors. Instead, the penalties should be purely administrative, and they should be applied in a graduated scale, essentially with the first violation being $100, second violation $200, and then the third violation $500. In addition, all of these fines, administrative fines, are subject to basically ability to pay determinations, which is defined in state law. Once a sidewalk vendor has been cited under the administrative code and succeeds in gaining his or her license, any administrative fines must then be reduced to significantly lower levels. And again, this is essentially an effort to basically gain compliance. Next slide, 972, Your Honor. In response to 946, which was removing certain local controls and eliminating some of the criminal penalties, there were still some loopholes left. And the loopholes were found in the basically the California Retail Food Code. And what that allowed some jurisdictions to do was to go out and still levy misdemeanor penalties and infractions to enforce the law. So SB 972, which was adopted in 2022, was an effort to further decriminalize the sidewalk vending by the state, and it added a chapter to the Commercial Retail Food Code for compactable food operations and exempted them from numerous provisions, including those provisions that allowed for criminal violations. Amongst other things, it provided that sidewalk vendors selling prepackaged food, non-potentially hazardous foods, or whole uncooked produce were no longer required to basically seek health permits. SB 972 was the state legislature's intent to make it very clear that criminal enforcement against sidewalk vendors was prohibited and set maximum penalties for any of the administrative citations. With that, I'll turn it back to George.
Thank you, Mayor Dobranowski. I'll turn this over to our city engineer.
Good evening again, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So when we look at the safe and healthy measures of this ordinance, our engineering department took a look at four distinct items: accessibility, sight distance, utilities, and the availability of on-street parking. The accessibility portion is self-explanatory. We have some underdeveloped roads in the city of Victorville without sidewalk there. It limits the ability of a sidewalk vendor to be able to, pull safely there. In regards to site distance, we didn't want any type of vendors operating near intersections or, near driveways for the simple access of you need to be able to see oncoming traffic at an intersection or somebody entering or exiting a driveway. Utilities, we put some limits in this ordinance to be able to block fire hydrants. Our fire department needs to be able to respond in case of an emergency. So there are limits as to how closely you can vend near fire hydrants and utilities. And last but not least, the availability of on-street parking. If somebody wanted to pull over on a roadway where on-street parking wasn't an option, that would essentially block through traffic and limit the ability to safely pull over and get whatever you wanted to need. So those are the four major items that we looked at. Having done that, this is a sample list of some of the locations where one or multiple of those items would be considered a safety violation. So I'm gonna just pick the first one here, Outer Bear Valley, between 7th and the west of Cypress Avenue. We determined that vending was not feasible at this location because it's insufficient paved width to park and accommodate two-way traffic. And so we have similar locations we have similar reasons at other locations. I'll let you read them yourself. In addition to listing locations where we did not feel that a vendor could safely vend out of the sidewalk, we also listed some locations that were already pre-approved. And I happen to drive there all the time. Cantina Drive, north of Palmdale Road, adjacent to Walmart, you have a sufficient sidewalk width there. The traffic volumes are not sufficiently high that it's a safe location. And the intent of this vending ordinance is as we move forward and we vet other locations, this pre-approved list will grow with time. This slide represents some of the locations that have already been pre-approved. And as you can see, we try to be as thorough as possible to try to maximize the area throughout the city. It's not as if we were specifically looking at one specific location. I will turn it back over to our code enforcement officer, Mr. Duran.
Thank you. I'll turn this over now to our building official, Joe Sluggers, who will cover licensing and the proposed fee reduction policy.
Thank you, Mr. Duran. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of council. These next few slides are designed to give you an idea of what the licensing process for a vendor will be like, as well as the cost that will be associated with these new license types that are being introduced along with the code amendments. So this first slide kind of goes over what the application is generally. Where you apply for a license is actually through our online portal. It's the same place where you go to apply for permits, entitlements, things like that. The next one goes into what you're essentially applying for. So we have to determine upfront if you are applying to operate at one of the pre-approved locations that Mr. Bonilla mentioned before, or if you are seeking approval of a new location that is not currently included in the list. With that, you then have to tell us everybody who will be on your vendor list. So if you intend to operate your setup as a sole proprietor, it would just be your name. But if you want to have other people that will be vending along with you, their names need to be listed as well so that they can be included in the live scan process that we'll conduct for background checks. We, in addition, need a site plan. kind of shows us how their setup works. Again, that would be helpful in determining whether or not they meet the ADA concerns that Mr. Bonilla brought up. Whether or not they meet distance to hydrants, things like that. We would use that site plan to make those determinations. There's a number of insurance requirements that go along with the different setups. Obviously vehicular if it involves a vehicle, but in the case of vendors operating within our right-of-way, they have to name the city as additionally insured so that we're covered by that policy as well. They may have to go through a fictitious business name statement process if they are not operating in their own surname. Anyone offering tangible property for sale will have to obtain a seller's permit. And then, or anybody, conducting food preparation or selling food that's not pre-packaged. There are very few exceptions for small setups selling pre-packaged foods. Aside from that, you would have to go through a health department inspection as well and obtain approval of your equipment through them, through the county. We need a vehicle list to name all the vehicles that will be involved. And then obviously along with that, we have to make sure that they're insured and registered and that all that's current as part of that process. Okay, as Mr. Duran mentioned, part of what we're bringing before you today, there are two resolutions that accompany the ordinance that establishes the actual code changes. Those two resolutions, one establishes the amendment to the overall master user fee schedule that provided for fees for what we had previously was just a fee for solicitors as a whole, and it was a little too general to address the categories that are proposed by the vendor ordinance. So we have two new fee categories, one for the pre-approved location and one for seeking approval of a new location that are included in this new study. And that study done by MBS, who did our original fee study, covers those two categories as if we are going to achieve full cost recovery. So that is the amount that you'll actually see it on our next slide here. So I'll cover that in a little further detail in a second. What we are proposing in that slide is a 50% reduction. And we kind of came to that conclusion based on Mr. Duran and I did both attend some roundtables with the League of California Cities. We reached out to some other jurisdictions just to kind of see what they were seeing in terms of compliance, versus the fees that were being charged. And, by and large, what we found is that the jurisdictions that were charging very high fees got very low compliance. And the cities that reduced those fees saw a higher level of compliance. So in doing so, we tried to keep that in mind. The fee reduction would only be applied for the sake of their first year application. And it is revocable if they are found to be in violation in the first year. That's what's established by the policy. Here you see the actual fee reductions applied in terms of percentage. Obviously, the application for somebody seeking approval of a new location is a little higher just by virtue of the fact that we have to vet it, have the engineering take a look at the location to make sure it meets all of our criteria. But the amounts are reduced by half if we move forward with adoption of the second resolution proposed as part of tonight's item. And with that, I'll hand it back off to Mr. Duran.
So what we've covered so far is the laws, the location, the methodology for establishing our regulations, the licensing, procedures and processes, and of course a proposed fee reduction to entice and encourage street vendor compliance. What I wanted to touch on first before we get to education and regulation is commonly what we find is most of the vendors that we're finding obviously are engaged in selling food for consumption on site. And so recently, as we've heard from other jurisdictions, the Department of Public Health, specifically Environmental Health, has reached out and has a comprehensive and robust program to encourage and educate sidewalk vendors, both in Spanish and English. As we typically see, as I said, they're typically vending food. So EHS has, again, literature touching on risks, vendor risks, whether high, low, and medium, and they vary based on the type of food and the method that you're cooking. If you're cooking, some of the items that are low in risk would be uncut fruit, whole fruit, nuts, things like that. Some of the other information that's available is specifically information on SB 946 to explain, especially to the Spanish-speaking community, as it relates to vendors known as vendedores ambulantes, and explaining why some of these measures are in place. As it relates to sidewalk vending, there are two, stationary and roaming. And I'll cover first stationary. These are sidewalk vendors that are located in the list that you saw a few slides ago as a sample of pre-approved locations. But the regulations that we developed regulate the time placement and methodology of how they operate. For example, stationary vendors are prohibited from operating within residential areas per state law, farmers markets near schools, and in operating in parks that have a licensed concessionaire. Obviously, we can monitor the vendors to make sure that whatever it is that they're being licensed for, whether it's vending a tangible item or food, that they're obviously not engaged in vending items that are prohibited, such as cannabis or other items that require additional licensing as tobacco. As it relates to roaming vendors, these are vendors that are not going to be operating within a stationary location. They must be in a non-motorized conveyance or a non-motorized vehicle, push cart. They must go from place to place, and they can stop upon being solicited for a transaction, but they must remain mobile. They can be in residential areas. They cannot vend within vehicular traffic, obviously, to minimize public hazards. No vending is allowed within city special events, such as, for example, parades. The carts cannot be left unattended, cannot be chained, and they cannot discharge trash or fat oils and grease. Obviously, one of the concerns that we have with respect to both mobile and roaming and stationary. In addition to stationary and roaming vendors, there's a section of the code that outlines mobile vehicle vendors. Similar restrictions to roaming vendors. They must remain mobile. They could stop upon being solicited. They must be away from schools. There's a distance established in their code. They are not allowed to have unvetted riders. We also aim to ensure that they're selling the items that they claim that they're licensed for, ice cream, for example, or perhaps a mobile food vehicle. Key to this ordinance, as we've seen, is education. Education is where we're going to start, both on the enforcement side and on the regulatory side. Clearly, we may end up issuing citations to vendors who are just not interested in adhering to the health and safety codes that the county establishes, or even our regulation codes as well that we establish in order to operate safely. But we definitely will ensure that our approach is educational, informative. We want our street vendors to understand how to gain permitting through the county, and connecting them with literature that helps them get to that point. As a matter of fact, the county's got a flyer that starts with, I want to be a street vendor, where do I start? Both in Spanish and English. And I think that is a great way to start. The compliance process, as our city attorney outlined, ranges from $100 to $1,000, and it depends on whether you're licensed, if the street vendor is licensed or not. However, per state law, in order to encourage compliance, those that come into compliance have an 80% fine reduction. And with that, we'll take any questions.
Madam Mayor, members of council, I think in a nutshell, this presentation was really intended to give you a general overview as to what this program is. But I think I'd like to close by stating that, in putting this program together, it took a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of energy. Obviously, there are a lot of differing opinions, differing emotions relating to street vending, and I think our approach altogether was bound by obviously state law, but also doing everything we can as a city to provide balance between the interests of the street vendors along with the interest of our broader public, and particularly our larger concern for our public's health and safety. So effectively, what we've done is created a pathway, really trying to encourage this type of behavior, activity in such a way that is consistent with a legal framework. And so we think we've created a pathway for street vendors to conduct their activities the right way in our community. And of course, we've set up the process to do everything we can to walk them through. As it relates to food, I think it is worth pointing out, and Mr. Duran can correct me if I'm wrong, because there's definitely some different approaches as to the enforcement side dealing with food. We're going to rely heavily, as you've heard, on the process that currently exists, and that's requiring the county environmental health to be responsible for the permission or the permitting of the food element. And of course, that is a precursor requirement before vendors could qualify for a business license with the city. However, I think it's important to put it out there and make it be known that as it relates to any confiscation of food or equipment, that is not something that's contemplated in our ordinance. So I wanted to put that out there because I know other cities are taking differing approaches in that regard, but that is the approach that's baked into this legal framework that we've created for you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, could you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council conduct the public hearing and receive testimony regarding proposed ordinance number 2449 and resolution numbers 24-010 and 24-012. Close the public hearing. Find ordinance number 2449 categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, under CEQA Guidelines Section 15061B3. Introduce ordinance number 2449 for adoption and first reading by title only. Waive further reading in full of proposed ordinance number 2449. Find resolution numbers 24-010 and 24-012 statutorily exempt under CEQA Guidelines Section 15273. Adopt resolution number 24-010 approving a minor user fee study and adopt an amendment to the city's master user fee schedule to establish new business license fees applicable to sidewalk vendors and mobile vehicle vendors with certain other conforming changes, and adopt resolution number 24-012 to establish a business license fee reduction policy for first-time applicants for sidewalk vendor and mobile vehicle vendor licenses.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'm going to take technical questions from the city councilman regarding this item. Councilmember Irving.
Well, you see, I'm taking notes. Huh?
Yeah, that's why I was like,
I have a few questions. Yes, I do. Thank you. I just want to start out by saying I understand the need for balance. I'm curious to know, do we have a number as to those in our community who are sidewalk vendors at this time? And like those those people that would be, or vendors that would be impacted by these amendments?
If I'm not mistaken, I think we have one that's licensed currently.
No, I mean the unlicensed. folks. Well, because I think most people are trying to make a living and they can't afford to go the other route. And for me, I'm curious as to how this is going to impact that group of people. And what I didn't hear is how you're going to roll out the licensing process. I did hear that there is a strong education component, which I'm very happy to hear. However, you know, how are we going to roll this out? Are we going to give them time to get it together? If they don't get it together, are we going to be lenient? And before we start issuing citations and fines, I didn't hear that. So
Thank you. Thank you for
yes.
your question. Certainly, yes, I think it's reliant, first of all, on the adoption of, and the guidance from the council as to if the ordinance is in fact in place. Certainly, if the policy is, the reduction policy is in place, we certainly have envisioned an educational component and outreach component to try to communicate to our community. Certainly, it needs to be in languages that they understand as well. But our main partners going in this is going to be the county. The county is also willing to establish workshops here locally, whether it's in person or remote. They've already done that in a few other jurisdictions. But to be honest, it's going to be boots on the ground. On the code officers that you see working every day, when they make contact, they're going to try to educate them and give them the literature, depending on what they're engaging. Most of them are engaging in selling food.
Okay, I have one other question. I just want to make sure I heard what I think I heard. Did I hear that we will not seize their equipment? We will not, that will not be part of the framework. Okay, thank you. All right. Mr. Duran.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Jones?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. All right, I have a number of questions, so I'm going to try and pepper you with them really quickly. Let's see, the first one on the slide presentation, I think it's just a few pages in, there's a picture of, it's California sidewalk vending laws, and there's a picture of hot dogs and the like. So then tell me what prepackaged food is. I mean, I know hot dogs come prepackaged, but this looks like they're being cooked perhaps on site. Does that not count?
I'm going to give you the information as I understand it. Our partners with the environmental health would definitely be in better position to answer that. But if they're cooking the food, as you're seeing, they're cooking the hot dogs, that is not prepackaged food. Prepackaged food is going to be chips, candy, etc. That is.
And so would, for example, whole fruit or fruit that's been cut up at a stand, that requires a health permit, correct?
Correct. Whole fruit would be uncut fruit, bananas in its natural state.
And can they do cut fruit, watermelon, pineapple?
They can, subject to a Department of Health permit.
Okay. And then let's say, so I noticed that after the fourth violation, their permit, I guess, can be revoked. Is that 4 times over the course of, across the course of time, or 4 times within a year of the first violation? What would that look like?
I believe it's 4 times within a year, but I'd have to refer back to SB 946.
Okay, is it okay, so I'm wondering, is it a year from when the license was given, or a year from, does that clock start at the first violation?
First violation.
Okay. And then what happens, for example, now, if something like this were to go into place, what happens to people selling out of their cars or trucks in Home Depot parking lots, or selling blankets in a store parking lot that's really like butts right up to a sidewalk? What happens to them?
Well, that's not covered by this ordinance. This ordinance is covering sidewalk vending which operates within our right of way. That is basically an illegal land use, if you will, vending or selling, transacting a business without a license, and generally a citation.
So do we run the risk then, I'm just asking, if we're expecting licensing, which I'm absolutely in favor of, those people then finding an alternate measure and just really going into parking lots more and more? And are we going to deal with that?
We may, but I think our municipal code and our approach is pretty robust. We have other sections that obviously, first of all, we rely on the property owner. The property owner has a lot to say as to what happens on his or her property. A trespass issue, a loitering issue. There's a variety of different options as well.
Well, can we enforce even if, say, for instance, like one?
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harriman?
You guys put a lot of time into that. Very, very good report. But I am really a stickler about this, okay? So compliance, I just don't know how that's gonna happen because these guys selling flowers, which one guy is every day right on the street that enters my street. Every day. So the kid sits there, he looks like he should be in school on a weekday, but he's not, okay? And when you guys, or when code enforcement comes and they make contact, the kid stays there with the flowers. He's got to wait for some guy in a white van. I've witnessed it several times. So there's some kingpin somewhere here in the high desert, okay? And he's dropping these guys off, these kids off, and with the flowers. So how is that gonna get to the right person? I just don't see that happening. I see no compliance problem. There's no way you guys are going to be able to keep up with that. And that's not downgrading you guys in any way, shape, or form. I went on a ride along with county code enforcement about 6 months ago. They confiscated over 200 pounds of meat that was not at temperature. It's supposed to be at a certain temperature when it's not cooked. And so none of this, I just, the flower issue. So these guys are not going to be allowed in residential, which would be the case I'm talking about. And they would not be allowed, as an example, on Bear Valley and Mariposa. I believe that was one of the areas. So
Your time is up.
Can I have some more time?
Second,
Okay. Hold
this
on.
motion.
So you want to
Can I make a motion to have more time, please?
second? Madam Clerk, could you please take the roll?
Councilmember Gomez?
Aye.
Councilmember Irving?
Yes.
Councilmember Jones?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman?
Yes.
Mayor Becerra?
Yes, I'm going to give you 2 more minutes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everybody. So the other issue I have is some of these people are actually just panhandling money. And I'm not talking about the homeless guy. I've been witnessing people with signs saying they need money for a funeral. These people are walking in traffic at the intersections. I've seen the same, it's a ploy. And apparently enough people fall for it that they keep doing it. Will this ordinance or will this plan have an effect on that type of, I don't even know if I call it vending. I don't know what to call it.
Thank you for your questions and comments. To your most recent comment, no, this ordinance is not going to address that. This ordinance aims to license individuals, businesses who are interested in engaging in safe practices. Certainly, as state law allows us to do, is to establish rules established by this council to say this is how we're going to operate. The person or the individuals who are vending money are not transacting business; they're soliciting. This ordinance does not do that. This ordinance is a pathway forward for people, for vendors, for businesses that are legitimately wanting to do it right. And there's a lot of jurisdictions out there that have a lot of vendors that do it right.
Yeah, So back to, I mean, the one I see the most is flowers. So I just, that's why, if I seem like I'm staying connected with that's the only reason why. Somebody, this, you know, the way I have done a lot of digging into this too, and I'm being told when I ask why these kids are doing this on school days, I'm being told that these people are coming across the border illegally and they are paying back their debt to whoever got them across the border. Now, that I can't verify that, but I've heard that a number of times. And it's like a syndicate with this flowers. They're everywhere. And I just don't know if a code compliance officer comes and says, hey, we need your permit. And he, you know, I know our code compliance officers are bilingual. And he says, I don't know what you're talking about, you know, blah, blah, blah. And so you tell him, well, you gotta stop. And he sits there with the flowers, waiting for the guy to come get him. And then he continues selling it. I watch this every day on the corner of my.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones, did you want your additional 2 minutes, ma'am?
Madam Mayor, I was going to wait till everybody spoke, but I was going to ask. Thank you.
Councilmember Gomez, I'll give you your 5 minutes in total. Finish with everybody else.
Yes.
Council-
What does I'm sorry.
Let me finish with Jones and I'll give you your full 5.
Madam Mayor, I appreciate that. I was willing to wait till the end. Okay, so I'm going to be real quick. I like the live scan. I love it. And I love that there's a list of every vendor that has to be provided for a business. What happens if you come across someone who's licensed, has a health permit, and there's someone behind that is not on the vendor list? Is that a violation?
It could be if they're engaged in the business. I think it's up to the code enforcement officer, the inspector, for example, perhaps if it's a public health inspector, to determine whether or not they're engaged in part of the business or just a spectator or a patron. But certainly.
That's what I meant, if they're selling. Okay. And then will they have to post their license and their health permit if the health permit is needed?
Yes.
So it will be visible to every patron?
Yes.
And code enforcement, any other official?
Correct.
Right. And then what about food trucks? Where does that fit into all of this?
Food trucks, it fits in very well. It's, they equally have to be permitted through the Department of Public Health. That's start number one. And as we're proposing in the fee reduction, if they are coming to us with all their permits in place, there certainly would be benefit to that. But food trucks have, except for them operating under TUPs, temporary use permit, or a particular event, they'll have to be mobile. This is, for example, an ice cream truck. They can't stage, as sometimes we see near schools, et cetera.
I guess that's what I'm meaning. A food truck that is somewhere making hot dogs and hamburgers, and that doesn't fall into what we're looking at today.
Correct.
Okay. And I had one more question. Hold on just a moment. I'm so sorry.
If I might, while
Yes.
you're looking at your notes, because there was one question that came up earlier related to the food trucks. And as we are dealing with this item and there's pre-approved locations throughout the city for street vending, do those locations necessarily apply to the mobile food trucks?
No, those locations are being approved to occupy a portion of the sidewalk. We're asking information as to how big their display is going to be, if they're going to have umbrellas, how it's going to be tied down, et cetera.
And I would imagine there has to be some standard in terms of the appearance of the push cart or what have you. I mean, it can't be something that's dilapidated, unsafe, unsightly. I mean, there are standards, I'm presuming.
Yes, matter of fact, there's also standards for food trucks as well.
Yes.
They must be clean, they must be in good working order.
All right. That is all I have. Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving, do you have any other questions you'd like to finish with?
I guess after listening to Member Jones speak, would this include pop-ups?
Pop-ups, a canopy, for example, going on the sidewalk.
Like a pop-up restaurant or a restaurant wanting to do a pop-up in a community just to test the waters, to see what the market's like?
Sure, subject to them applying to a street vendor ordinance, if applicant license, and if they wanted to select some of the sites that we already have pre-approved, they would just need to submit a license indicating what they're going to sell, their operation process, or size of their presentation.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, Councilwoman Gomez gets a total 5.
I was going to give her the total 4 like you did every other member.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilwoman Gomez, your turn.
What does the CEQA waiver have to do with the item, and why is a waiver of CEQA important to the contextualization of this segment?
Assistant Attorney.
The CEQA references is more so because it's exempt under CEQA guidelines.
What does that mean?
There's no further requirement to comply. There's nothing further for us to do to comply with CEQA.
So it needs to be a part of the item in order for that to go, and if it was exempt, would that make a difference? Meaning, if it was not part of tonight's report for waiver of CEQA, and CEQA to be
It
part
needs
of
to be
it?
part of the analysis since this is an ordinance that's going to affect the municipal code,
Since it affects what?
the Victorville Municipal Code.
Thank you. And how many licenses have been applied for versus provided with in the context to date?
To my knowledge, I think we've had one. We're not aware of any others, perhaps some.
Just one application through an approval?
I'm sorry.
One application through approval?
One actual permitted
Actual
operator.
license issued.
Okay. And tell me more about the insurance and indemnity requirements.
To clarify, are you looking for the amounts that are required, the coverages that are required?
Yes.
Okay, I have that here. Give me just 1 second. So ultimately, it will depend on specifically what type of vendor we're talking about. Obviously, some carry higher amounts of coverage in terms of their equipment for things like mobile vehicle vendors that have that equipment. But as a for instance, a stationary vendor would require a $1 million commercial general liability policy, a 500,000 combined single limit automobile liability policy, and depending on their exemption status, could also require $1 million in coverage in workers' compensation if they have employees.
The next question is, will the life scan allow for immigrants to freely provide their information without the fear of creating a potential deportation list?
Yes, the live scan will not be used for those purposes.
But they're going to have to enter those departments, right? Where there's police in uniform and things of that nature.
Not necessarily. The police department does and has conducted live scans, but there are a number of other businesses throughout the city, and we're actually currently looking into the possibility of conducting them here as well.
Do we know the fee?
That's undetermined at this time.
Thank you. And how will the city prove as evidentiary mobility versus solicitation?
Can you restate that? I'm sorry.
Yes, so how will the city prove as evidence when there's someone being mobile versus someone being solicited? Mr. Duran spoke on that, where if you have to continue to be mobile, you can't stop unless you're being solicited.
That's going to have to be observation, documentation by the officer. Of course, as we stated, is education is the first key, and
So it's based on discretion of the officer.
it's based on the observation of the officer.
Okay. And who are the appropriate enforcers of the law if there's a violation?
The code enforcement officers of the police department as well.
EHS, are we adopting their methods and transcribing it as our own educational programs, or are we just relying on San Bernardino County?
We're definitely partnering with them, with their information as well and their efforts and their educational programs. And certainly, we will partner with them if, perhaps we have conditions that warrant additional involvement from them as well.
Why is it important to partner with them? Is there unincorporated and incorporated areas that we may not have jurisdiction over?
It's important to partner with them because if the vendor is vending food, they're the issuing authority entity to issue those permits.
And do the regulations of stationary sidewalk vendors apply to garage sales?
No.
Is Measure P helping to target the population for the restriction and potential violations of street vendors? I may have used it wrong in terms of targeting, but there's no other word that I can see. So is Measure P helping code enforcement to do what we just looked at in the presentation is what I tried to say.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Measure P does fund code enforcement along with other elements of public safety for the city. And it's effectively the officers, some of which are funded by Measure P that could be utilized to help undertake this responsibility along with all of the other code enforcement related responsibilities they have.
Thank you. Do we have employees who are out also making sure that once they're off the scope of their duty between 9 to 5, also contributing after the fact to make sure that there's no violations so they can do call-ins?
I'm sorry, can you restate the question? You're
Yes.
asking if-
Yes. So it's come to my ears that we have off-duty employees within code enforcement that are, citizens contributing to the cause to see if any violations. So they'll make their rounds a couple of hours to make sure they're reported on. And I was wondering if you were aware of that.
Well, I'm not, but certainly they're members of the community. If they're observing violations, certainly anyone's.
Thank you. And for vending not being feasible, would the city place signs in all of the affected areas for warnings to the potential vendors for appropriateness and not appropriateness in areas?
Are you asking if there will be signs posted?
Yeah, something, they're not here. So I would figure maybe some kind of sign.
That's not necessarily in our scope, but certainly could consider that if that is something that works.
And is the licensing modeled after LA County? And if not, where are we modeling this after? What jurisdictions do you converse with?
Well, as Mr. Slegers pointed out, we did extensive review of other jurisdictions, and certainly what you see before you is what we felt works for other jurisdictions and where they've had some great success.
How many hours were recorded in the casework performed by the city staff?
A casework for?
In the document, it says that casework performed by city staff. So probably it's what you've said, we've allotted so many hours, and I was actually wanting to find out how many hours were expended.
I believe when it says casework, it's referring to any compliance cases that the officers have worked.
And do we have any hours that were recorded for this matter?
I don't have them in front of me, but
Okay.
usually it's a good hour.
Okay. How does the example of 100% recovery look like in actual permitting fee costs?
That is accomplished, I believe, through a fee study.
A fee study. And how many hours were recorded in this casework performed by city staff, which is the same, you said you don't have it in front of you, so I'll skip that. What was approved by the commission in December of last year? It was alluded to. I was wondering, what did we approve?
The approval was to bring this item forward for council's consideration.
And where is the map available where staff can identify where vendors may sell or may not sell? Is that within the presentation?
Currently, yes.
So it has exact cross-cut streets that it could be delineated, correct?
The list provides those locations.
And how many, and what is the
Your
current?
time is up.
At this time, I'm going to open up the public hearing. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Our first speaker is Stephanie Vida Pazarin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for taking the time to review and address the street vending ordinance. Street vending is a huge part of our local economy, and I personally really enjoy it. I eat them way too often. Corn, elotero man, every day. I really appreciate the request from the Planning Commission for the education component and the reduction in fees to incentivize compliance. Okay. There are a couple questions or concerns that I wanted to bring up. As I've read this, there is one thing that really stands out to me in regards to the protection for the vulnerable population that then requires prospective business owners who are trying to pull their business license to have a life scan background check. As a person that currently operates a business here in Victorville, granted it's not a vending business, but it is a business. I was a little surprised to read this. I didn't know we were asking business owners to get background checks. And so it seems like we're picking and choosing. And then that led me to my next question or concern. It continues to read on that if the life scan comes back with a person that is on parole or probation, that their request to receive this business license is then denied. We know that there is a disproportionate impact in the representation of people with criminal backgrounds that impact specific racial groups. And so again, this just makes me worry. Are we creating a situation for potential racial discrimination within our city that we do not intend to create? I know this is something that's been a concern in different cities with other ordinances. I always think back of crime-free multifamily ordinance that had a disproportionate impact on certain racial groups. And while many cities said that it was fine because they were all adopting it, and even the League of California Cities said it was fine as well, it eventually came back that it was not okay. And our city of Hesperia, well, not the city, a high desert city in Hesperia has had to financially pay those repercussions. And so again, just highlighting that as a situation that may cause a problem. And again, sticking on the issue of probation and parole, these are people that have paid their debt to society. And in fact, when they come out, they are required to have employment, which is extremely challenging to do. And so many do turn to entrepreneurship opportunities to help break that cycle of poverty that got them to that situation to begin with. And so it seems like this would actually be a good opportunity for us to work with these departments, parole and probation, so that we can bring folks into this opportunity of entrepreneurship and not just push them away. I know it may be a little bit more challenged to do so, but again, it's an opportunity that I think could impact the lives of people and our local economy. And saying on that point, there is language in the ordinance that allows for the denial of the business license if the life scan shows that the person was charged by a crime that states moral turpitude. I would ask that we define that, or at least list what that means, because it's pretty vague. I did try to Google it, but even that said that it depends on jurisdiction. And so I was a little bit concerned about that and just the vagueness of it. Lastly, where am I? There's one more question in regards to the number 386 cases that were listed that were already contacted before. And will
Your
we
time
reach
is
out
up.
to them? Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Blanca Aguirre.
Good evening. My name is Blanca. I'm one of the founders of HD Family Events. And we host Friday night markets on 7th Street in Old Town. And so we deal with many vendors. And we are vendors as well. So we know how important it is to be fully licensed and how hard it can be. So we host weekly workshops and help vendors get their business license. We have been helping Spanish-speaking vendors who have no idea on how to start the paperwork. So yeah, we host these weekly workshops, and we try to. Most of these vendors don't have no idea how to start the whole process. And I think mostly it's because of the language barrier. So they feel confident coming up to us, with speaking Spanish, and they have so many questions. And we want to thank the city for working with us, reducing the fees, and, always keeping updated, any issues that the vendors might have with their business license. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have no additional speakers, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, I will close the public hearing. Madam Clerk, will you please read the title of the ordinance 2449?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville approving amendment case PLAN 23-00012, an amendment to the Victorville Municipal Code with an environmental exemption, making various changes to Title 16, including but not limited to providing updated regulations, requirements, and standards for sidewalk vendors, solicitors, and other mobile vendors and businesses, revising business license processes, procedures, and requirements, and adding and modifying certain definitions citywide.
Thank you. I'll invite a motion for this item.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that we adopt staff's recommendation as to points 3 through 8, with points 1 and 2 already having been disposed of, all of which is posted on the agenda.
Thank you very much. I have a first by Councilmember Jones.
Go ahead.
I have a substitute motion. My substitute motion is to table this item as recommended, as the recommendation that has staff to forfeit and to bring back in 60 days for possible action and discussion based on issues found within the live scans, the models that were discussed, and clarity for the term moral turpitude within its context.
I have a first to table the item. Is there a second? Here you don't second, that item dies. Back to the original motion. Do I have a second on the original motion?
Second.
Here we go. We're going to take comments on the pending motion right now, beginning with Councilmember Jones.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, listen, this is, this item I actually read several times and wanted to make sure that I really understood what was happening with this. I think this is an incredibly complex issue. The state has, I think, done a lot to come alongside our communities to give better opportunity to some of those folks that are considered more vulnerable or have difficulties getting started up. I'm so glad to hear that we already have a community member that's coming alongside some of our prospective vendors, helping them understand the process of becoming licensed and so forth. I love the approach that the city is taking with education, because I think that is great for building relationships between the city and our community, but also, everybody wants to know that someone is for them. And I think, when we have people that are undertaking maybe something new, and for those that aren't currently licensed and are vending, this is going to certainly be something new. And to know that you have the city itself and the council potentially being willing to educate and help them, come alongside them to help them become successful, I think says a lot about Victorville. I think all of this, we've seen some ordinances in other cities that are really tough. Maybe some that are more lenient. I like this because I think it's a very balanced and reasonable approach. And I certainly hope that within our own processes that we're going to deal with some of the questions that came forward from an audience member. So with that, Madam Mayor, I'm happy that we're going to take a vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harriman?
I made the mistake of just making comments last time instead of asking questions, but like I said, it's very well put together. I would just hope that we're able to enforce compliance. I'm all for the community and people starting a business. I'm also a small business owner, and I have to show insurance for anything I do in this city for my construction. So the educational aspect of it is probably going to be a challenge. But I hope it all works out. And I'm hoping we can bring compliance with the ones I was referring to earlier. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, I'd like to say that I'm very happy that our approach is that we have a strong educational component. I also listened to the comments. I do understand the concern regarding the live scan and perhaps structural biases that may exist. I do understand that. But I need someone to correct me. Isn't it correct that in the licensing process, for most licensing, there is some live scan component to that, a requirement? Am I right or wrong about that?
Mr. Metzler?
I'll allow Mr. Duran to answer that.
Okay.
Thank you for that question. Yes, certainly. Yeah, there are definitely some requirements for a live scan.
Of some sort, correct?
Yes,
And
and if I may, the live scan is intended for, as an example, to ensure that potentially a sex offender is not driving an ice cream truck. That's what this aims to accomplish.
right, and in the event that perhaps there's a question, we do have some kind of due process in place, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you. Those were questions, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. But they came up after the discussion. Thank you.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes. Do city council members get live scanned? Food for thought. I don't remember having done a live scan myself. It's my opinion, unfortunately, that tonight we're definitely wasting and financially exploiting the tax dollars by targeting people who fall within protected classes, vulnerable individuals who not only feel that they are voiceless, but don't have the measure of the importance for running like these seats that we have. Local seats basically to aid within talents that I think, unless you've vended yourself or have been very close to someone who has vended flowers, corn, what have you, it's just very, very difficult to understand the perspective. It's also very unfortunate that activists that protect street vending, such as, for example, the Justice 8, have been, and I think this is why it was brought up, castigated. And unfortunately, the city of Victorville has been responsible for that criminalization of the activities for activists protecting street vending. And I don't agree with the rendition of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, now it's my turn. As a city council member who has been live scanned, as a person who has stopped at different food carts and shopping carts and eaten out of them, it's a decision you make to eat out of. What we do is we live in a country with rules and regulations, and not just this city, but the rules at general. As my council member Jones said, I do thank the people out there that are helping them. I hope you make a tighter contract with our code enforcement and our, business license, just to make sure that the proper information's getting out, or we have to make more information out. I get it. This is a new regulation. As it says in here, we can add places, we can do different things. It's not set in stone. Let's try to get it going right the first time, and let's try to expand it and see what happens. Then we can go. But we need to get it on its feet. We need to get it going. We need to figure out where, not if we made mistakes, but where we can make improvements. So thank you very much. Madam Clerk, will you take the roll?
Councilmember Gomez, Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
We've now taken action to approve points 3 through 8 of staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Thank you very much. Item 4 for the last public hearing item, mid-year budget review and amendment request to the 2023-2024 revised fiscal budget. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Every year, just as a part of our ongoing budget management process, we undertake reviews not only to present you at the beginning of the fiscal year a balanced budget, but also to conduct review generally around half the way or half the time period through or into the fiscal year, so that we have an opportunity to evaluate or track, measure the actual revenues versus the expenditure, and then, of course, make any recommendations as to adjustments that may need to be made as a part of the budget. So with that, it's a fairly large effort. It does require all of the department heads of the various departments of the city, along with members of the executive team, to actually look at every line item that comprises their departmental budget. But beyond that, it also requires us all to review the actual cash balances to make sure that in the event you have a revenue versus expenditure where there's a deficiency in the revenue to cover the actual expenditures, that there's actual cash or cash flow to draw from to be able to balance the budget. So that is the process that we have just completed, and we call it the mid-year budget review. This item does get accompanied with a brief presentation that has been prepared by your finance director slash city treasurer, Ms. Carmen Kuhn, and she's available. I'll call her up to give a brief. I was watching that show on Hulu lately. A brief presentation, I'm sorry, as to the overall effects of this mid-year budget.
Thank you, Mr. Metzler. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. So the finance team has put together a short presentation to try and summarize all of those line items and transactions that Mr. Metzler mentioned to try and meet the department needs through the end of the fiscal year. And what we have here is starting off with the citywide view, an aggregate view of all 84 funds that we manage. We're looking at the adopted budget versus a revised budget, which is basically the adopted budget plus any approved resolutions and or appropriations from July through December 31st of 2023. The revisions or requested revisions by the all departments, which ultimately leads to our proposed budget. So in essence, what we have here is, in summary, we're to kind of let you know where we stand. As of December 31st, we actually had hit 46% of our initial budgeted revenues, and 31% of our revised of our expenditures. We'd hit those marks. So we're definitely tracking, and what we have is some updated numbers based on that. In short, some of the primary items that compose the 7.4 million increase in revenues is new and increased solid waste fees along with sewer and wastewater fees, and surprisingly interest income. We have some good interest rates coming through, and so that's definitely a plus that we didn't expect. Some of the major factors of the 4.4 million increase that you see in our expenditures has to do with the industrial wastewater treatment expenses. Along with additional contract services that we need to bring our animal shelter up to speed with IT needs and bringing them in connection with City Hall, and then some additional studies and PPE for fire. And then we do have some slight increases in our CIP, mainly due again to inflation, increased cost, whatnot. And some of those are pipeline areas, building maintenance, roof repairs that need to be done. Now, when we hold down on the general fund, very similar to the citywide view, what we have here is basically smaller changes. Initially, we did have an adopted budget where we were hitting our reserves by approximately 3.6 million, and that's after the VMIS payment. The revised budget includes CIP that we've rolled over from the prior fiscal year, And as we went through our transactions and our items for the general fund, we do see a net effect of 1 million increase in revenue, again, partially due to the interest income that we didn't expect, but also a couple of other items that impact that $1 million. While we increased interest income by 1.7, we also are taking into account our consultants, HDL, who is the city's sales tax consultant, and our sales tax are tracking, but they do run a very conservative view, and they recommend that the last 2 quarters will probably be decreasing by $1 million. So we're just following their recommendation to make sure we're being conservative and we're staying on track with that. And so those two kind of offset each other. A nice surprise of $435,000 payment from the court, San Bernardino Court, for vehicle fines, and then some reductions in other areas as well. Expenditures are going up as well, 1.8 million. And so those are due primarily to a couple of items. Again, PPE for fire. We want to go ahead and initiate certain studies over in our internal services departments, and we're pursuing contracts with the Auto Park Association. So the net effect of all of the pluses and minuses net out to that 1.8 million. So in a nutshell, the general fund proposed is what you're looking at here. We propose the increases and decreases, which will give us a general fund revenues of 94 million. When we deduct the requested aggregate expenditures for general fund of 97, we are in a deficit of 3.6. You add in the additional CIP of 4 million, we're now in a deficit of 7.5. But we did decrease that by the 1 million in the VMS payment plus interest earned on that 1 million. So what that means is we're going to be drawing on the general fund reserve in the amounts of 6.5 million. So what does that really do to our reserves? As you know, we do have a reserve policy. The general fund is said to have a 17% reserve policy, which equates to $17.29 million. But even after the proposed changes, that still leaves us at 46%. So our general fund is still looking healthy with $46.4 million. Additionally, the Measure P also had a few changes, but they're also tracking very nicely. Measure P also has a 17% reserve requirement of 6.4, which equates to 6.4 million, but it's actually at 34,800,000. So this just kind of goes back and talks about the increases of the general fund and what that 1 million actually is, and some of the main factors. Again, we're following the recommendation of our sales tax consultant, and the additional payments that were not anticipated back in May, June when we were preparing the fiscal year budget. And the same thing with our expenditures. We are also increasing our expenditures, and those are due primarily to items that we didn't anticipate, such as, increase cost of PPE and the additional cost for the animal shelter and to bring them online and connected to the city. And then the summary of mid-year to the table of org. I know we have another item that'll be more specific on this, but in essence, we have a very minor net effect to the budget in the sense that we have just 6 departments, and it's a net added positions of 2 between all the additions and the subtractions and changes. And when you take into account all of the vacancies, there really hasn't been an impact, these changes in positions on the budget.
Thank you, Carmen. Madam Clerk, would you read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council and Board of Directors approve the changes reflected in this agenda item along with the included attachments by adopting resolution number 24-009 of the City Council of the City of Victorville, amending resolution 23-036 as amended, the budget resolution for the City of Victorville for fiscal year 2023-2024 relating to an appropriation of funds. Resolution number VWD 24-001 of the Board of Directors of the Victorville Water District, amending resolution VWD 23-008 as amended, the budget resolution for the Victorville Water District for fiscal year 2023-2024 related to an appropriation of funds. Resolution number SCLAA 24-002 of the Board of Directors of the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, amending resolution SCLAA 23-008 as amended, the budget resolution for the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority for the fiscal year 2023-2024 relating to an appropriation of funds. Resolution number CHAS 24-002 of the City Council of Victorville as the housing asset successor to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, amending resolution CHAS 23-002 as amended, the budget resolution for the city as the housing asset successor for fiscal year 2023-2024 relating to an appropriation of funds. Resolution number LBT 24-001 of the Board of Directors of the Library Board of Trustees, amending resolution number LBT 23-001 as amended, the budget resolution for the library for fiscal year 2023 relating to an appropriation of funds.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm glad it was you reading that. At this time, we're going to take technical questions from the council members. I ask council members to direct your questions to our city manager, and from there, he will regard who can answer the question. Councilmember Harriman.
I have none.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving.
I don't have any questions, but I do have a comment, but I'll save it to comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Gomez.
To the effect, the treasurer stated that, quote, "We hit reserves by so many millions. CIP rolled over from the prior year, and we see a net effect of $1 million increase partially due to the interest income that we did not expect." Can you please expand on this statement, because it's not quite understandable for me?
I think the only way to expand on that statement was very particular and very precise as to what's occurring. I think the only way I can expand on it is by generally saying that this view took into consideration all of those factors to summarily come up with the numbers that are before you.
So you're talking about presentation from beginning to end?
Yes.
Okay. And what topic is resolution number 24-009? Is it merely an item memorializing the mid-year budget review, which includes the requirement of an amendment? Can someone please explain?
So resolution 009 is the resolution dealing with the budget as it relates to the city of Victorville. As you know, and for the benefit of the public, we up here operate not only as the city of Victorville, but we operate in a number of different capacities. Effectively, we wear different hats given the differing responsibilities we have. So when we take on a budget, we're adopting a budget not just for the city of Victorville, but we're also doing it for the affiliated entities such as the Water District, the Airport Authority, Library District, our successor agencies. And that's why each of those have their own accompanying resolution with a separate resolution identity.
Thank you. And does this item that we're talking about, item 4, have any level of context within medical benefits adjustments for city council member retirees?
It does not.
On page 401 to 404, if staff could please explain those items in red. They're the decreases.
Yeah, I mean, I can take a stab, but I think effectively this is what this item is doing. What that page is doing is taking the changes on a much more granular level based upon the respective departments or divisions within the city. Hopefully that answers your question.
So when I looked at the decreases, it made me think perhaps that animal control, the budget was being decreased, which means there was a gap in funding. So that's where I wanted to see clarity for each of these items.
In the case of animal control, I wouldn't say it's due to a gap in funding. I think that was more so based upon their review of that particular expenditure item, whether or not that entire expenditure amount is necessary for the budget.
Thank you. My next question is, I heard the following: as of December 31, 46% of initial budgeted revenues, and then I heard 31% of revenue expenditures had hit certain marks, and they were definitely tracking in short. I don't know if it was a correction or if there was two values of percentages that were being amplified.
I believe the two different percentages, and Ms. Carmen can correct me if I'm wrong. One was speaking specifically to the revenue side, and then one was speaking specifically to the expense side.
Thank you. And how many times this year, beginning on January 24, has the budget been modified or amended?
Oh, countless number of times. I mean, whether or not you realize it, every council meeting that we actually meet at, where we're actually taking on items, and say, for example, there's an action item that has an additional appropriation. When you're actually approving that item with the additional appropriation, that effectively is an action that amends the then current budget.
Thank you. How many times has it been amended for the fiscal year June 23 to current? Is that the same response?
Same response.
Thank you. And making recommendations as part of the budget, I was wondering, I heard something in regards to deficits and general funds. I quite didn't understand if that was the
Your time is up.
Thank you.
I think the simplest answer, based upon my understanding, is that that is where effectively we rely on unencumbered cash, free cash, cash flow, if you will, to basically satisfy the gap between the budgeted revenue and the budgeted expenditure.
Thank you.
Councilmember Jones?
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Metzler, you know me. Page 397. I see a road project of road diff engineering for Bear Valley Road over the Mojave River. And then the storm drain engineering for Doris Davies Park and the Ore Grand Wash. Are we doing more work on Bear Valley, or what's going on?
So in the event, in the case of the road diff for engineering, that's speaking to the roadway pavement associated with the Bear Valley Road Mojave River Bridge. So that effectively is the bridge that is largely in Apple Valley. In fact, our city jurisdictional boundary comes right up to what would be the western edge of that bridge. And so the town of Apple Valley is undertaking an expansion of that bridge. And so that's a major capital improvement project that they're taking on. However, as a part of that bridge process to effectively make the match lines work between what they're expanding and what our roadway dimension looks like just east of that bridge project. There's some work that's actually within the city of Victorville boundaries that is within our right-of-way, that is basically a part of our roadway system there. And so this particular item of $460,000 is an amount necessary to take on that component within the city limit. And I'm believing that this item ultimately will be brought back at a later date, probably in the form of an MOU where we memorialize a relationship with Apple Valley to undertake their project, and of course, us being in a position to commit our component of that larger aggregated project.
Thank you. And Doris Davies Park?
And I believe this has more to do with improvements necessary to actually clear out the effects of the stormwater damage from the atmospheric river or the hurricane or tropical storm, whatever, tropical storm Hillary. Okay, we'll go with that. I lost track of what we were calling it. But effectively, as you know, Oro Grande Wash runs through the golf course, and in this particular area runs through Doris Davies. And so there's some work that needs to be done, including the cutting back of the slopes to allow for that water to flow much more freely.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions. At this time, I'm going to open up the public hearings. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Our first speaker is Teresa Ryberg.
Thank you.
Good evening, City Council. To talk to you again about the CIP that's listed here, I would like to suggest or request that CIP include 8 capital projects instead of 7, and the 8th one being repairing the Cardinal Road that I'm living on. And I would suggest that, I purchased that house in 2013. It's been over 10 years and that street has not been worked on. And I know someone mentioned that 5 years, that's the streets should be, redone. So I'm suggesting again that that street and that community be fixed and repaired, and someone go out there and drive through that community, and you will obviously see that that street has total repair needed. So that's my suggestion. And I'm not really sure if it has to be in writing, or I can suggest or request that be done. And I also sent some pictures of those streets and pictures of that semi. And so that's all I have to say. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much.
There are no additional speakers, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. At this time, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I invite a motion for this item. I will move to follow staff's recommendation.
Second.
We'll start with the comments. I have none. Councilmember Irvin?
I simply wanted to tell Ms. Carmen that I really appreciated her presentation. You made, your summary of your staff report was very concise and brief. I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones?
Well, I'll just echo that sentiment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harriman?
I echo also that sentiment.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes, one of my comments would be maybe if we have a survey in the upcoming portions of what the CIP may include, it would help for members who are concerned about the deterioration of their streets. So I'm not sure if that's something we want to add or at least consider now and maybe place as a motion later on with a second to create a survey or something like that. So that's just what I wanted to put out there. Thank you.
I don't know if I can say this, but I would probably say our CIP, our 5-year plan, road plan, would be that plan. No, Mr. Metz?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. There's a couple of things, and so as to not have the public commenter feel like her comments aren't being heard. They are being heard. I'm not specifically familiar with Cardinal Street. I'm certainly sure the team is familiar with that street. Of course, we have a number of guiding documents. We do have a pavement management plan, that is in large part what we work with for the plus minus 700 roadway miles that we have of roadway in the city, and where that pavement management plan also then assigns a condition rating to each of the roads. And so we largely go by that plan to determine what our road maintenance plan is going to be for not only the upcoming year, but we'll start programming that into our capital improvement plan as well if the work is needed. The work that is needed is more than just repair and replace. So there's a couple of things going on. We just don't arbitrarily go out and fix a road unless there is an emergency or, a need to immediately do so to better protect the road or to protect the public from unnecessary damage. Potholes is something that we regularly do. That's just our normal course of business. So if what, we do see out there, fits within those types of categories, or it's alligatoring, or it's something that we can, satisfy with crack sealing to better prevent, the water from seeping into the road, we'll do that. But, we largely operate relying on a plan. And so I would encourage sticking to those plans. We'll, take a look specifically at this Cardinal Street, and try to address the concerns, accordingly. As to the code item, I think so long as we share that information with the city clerk, we can have somebody respond to her on that item.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Member Gomez, were you done with your comments?
Yes.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. We have now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. At this time, I'm going to call for a 5-minute break. We will be back at 8:22. We're going to go to the consent calendar, items 5 through 14. Do I have any questions or comments from the council? None? This time I invite a motion.
Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council and the County Council, acting on its various boards of directors, take action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda, items 5 through 14.
Thank you. I have a first by Councilmember Jones,
Second.
second by Councilmember Harriman. Madam Clerk, will you take the roll?
Councilmember Gomez,
On items 5 through 13, aye, and I abstain on item 14.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Aye. Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez abstaining on item 14.
Thank you. We have now taken action for items 5 through 14 in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda. Written communications. Item 15, benefits resolution number 24-011 and table of organization. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Similar to the effort that we put into the mid-year budget review, we also conduct a review of the table of org along with the benefits resolution. And so as we've focused on the budget, we also briefly addressed staffing changes, whether it be in the form of position control, which position control is effectively the maximum amount of position authority we have to hire for and have positions occupied, but also look at other things that may be required as it relates to the benefits offered by the city. And so with that, this item has completed that review. There's one brief change to the benefits, which is more so making our deferred compensation plan language, the eligibility to transfer an amount to be more compatible with the federal guidelines. The federal guidelines seem to increase the amount that can be contributed to deferred compensation on an annual basis. So this is just keeping in line with that. Altogether, there are a few position additions, position deletions, and then effectively you've got a recommended net increase of 2 additional positions, which would take our overall position control from 538 full-time employees to 540 full-time employees. So with that, this item is co-authored by your Deputy City Manager, Ms. Sophie Smith, along with your Human Resources Officer, Mrs. Josie Trevino. They're both available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you very much, sir. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council adopt benefits resolution number 24-011, revising the table of organization and compensation schedule effective February 20th, 2024.
Thank you. This time we're going to do technical questions from our council members. Councilmember Gomez?
What other employee categories exist within the city of Victorville excluding full-time employees?
We do have part-time employees as well.
Are those part-time, do they include temporary with the agencies?
We would not include them in our table of org.
Thank you. And does the table of organization modification affect currently any employees who have more than 1 year and may affect their retirement years in the city of Victorville?
Can you rephrase that?
Yes. So basically my concern is anyone who is considered a full-time and you see deletions and other modifications and relabeling, I want to know if any of those members that have passed their 1 year are going to be affected specifically with their retirement years in the city of Victorville.
Will they be affected?
Yeah, it's my understanding that the culmination of years that get aggregated, if there's a deletion of a certain position, that member, my opinion, could potentially.
So this is speaking to positions, and so if you're seeing a deletion as being synonymous with a body actually occupying that position, that's the wrong application. And so if there's a deletion, it's likely because we had that position actually programmed and maybe never filled it, or it's possible that that position was occupied by an individual and perhaps either the individual left the city or perhaps the individual got promoted in the city, rendering that position vacant. And in those particular cases, especially when we have vacancies, we're always evaluating if in fact that is the correct position based upon the nature of work or the workload. And so as a part of that collective effort, we're looking to determine what is the appropriate job description or job classification. And so that's why you'll see, because determinations are made to whether or not there's a need for a higher classification or a lower classification, that's why you'll see additions, deletions, and even title changes.
Thank you for that explanation. How does the added position, the deleted position, change in title affect? Maybe I'm being redundant, but I need to ask. How does the title affect the retirement benefits or any kind of benefits that employees may have who may be experiencing such a change within the table of organization?
The titles themselves do not have the effect on the retirement benefits earned by retirees. More so factored into that calculation is actual salary and years of service.
If you would please look at page 574, it explains why the need to modify each one, starting with city manager department through the SELA department. So what I'm asking here is if you look at page 547, I'm basically asking for an explanation of what is it that is going on? What is taking place? And contextualize that with my concern of these bodies or these employees perhaps being affected to a certain regard.
Yeah, and so in fact, the exact explanation I gave you 2 questions ago speaks exactly to what's happening here on page 574 is you have positions that may be created, that may become vacant, maybe due to promotion, maybe due to individual leaving, staff conducting an assessment as to whether or not that same position is necessary based upon the workload required to be performed. And in cases, speaking specifically of the city manager's department, it was determined at this point in time that a lesser classification was appropriate. And so therefore, that's why the change is coming forward as a recommendation to the table of org.
So for that example, for the department, so it went from a tier 37 to a tier 35. Did that affect that person's pay?
Your time is up.
It's, again, this is not an item where it's synonymous with an individual. This is position control. And so, in fact, if we were to try to put individuals to it, this is an instance where actually an employee got promoted into a position due to a vacancy created by another promotion. And so the term that's used for what's happening here is an underfill based upon the workload assessment done by the member of the leadership team before deciding how to refill the vacancy.
Thank you.
Councilmember Harriman?
I have none.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones?
No, thank you.
Thank you, and I have none. This time I'll invite a motion for this item.
Move to adopt staff's recommendations.
Councilmember Irving first,
Second.
Councilmember Harriman second. Comments on the pending motion?
Comments.
Councilmember Harriman?
No comments.
Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes. If it wasn't clear and I reiterated the redundancy of my concerns with the tonality and with the questions being expressed and asked after listening to a couple of details, let it be known that that doubt continues to be a concern for the employees who may or may not have been affected. It just still isn't clear, but I appreciate it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will you take the vote?
Councilmember Gomez.
Nay.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Aye.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
We have now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. At this time, items 16 and 17 are substantially similar in that they are both regarding real estate between ComAv and Southern California Logistics Airport. The chair invites a motion to consider items 16 and 17 concurrently with council members' questions and comments treated as one item.
So moved.
Second.
We're good to go then. We have a first and a second. Comments on the pending motion? Councilmember, no comments?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I would like to do a substitute motion to continue to have these items as individuals, 16 and 17, for the reasons that staff decided that that would be the case instead of combining them. So I would ask that they continue to be bifurcated. Thank you.
Point of order, Madam Mayor, that simply would naturally, may I state my point? That would naturally occur if this motion fails.
Yes, ma'am. Your point is well taken. Do I have a second on Councilwoman Gomez's motion? No second. That motion dies. Back to the initial motion. Madam Clerk, will you take the roll, please?
Gomez.
Nay.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes with Councilmember Gomez voting no to combine 16 and 17.
We've now taken action to consider items 16 and 17 concurrently. Item 16, first lease amendment to the standard lease agreement for buildings 553 and 739 by and between Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and ComAv Technical Services LLC. And item 17, standard sublease agreement for building 720 Suite 102 by and between Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and ComAv Technical Services LLC. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce these items?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and members of the council. These two items collectively represent a shedding of a facility space that's no longer desired by one of our tenants, ComAv, but also reoccupying smaller space, a different type of space. And so with that, ComAv has been a longstanding tenant at the airport. They have occupied a number of different facilities throughout the airport, and they're arguably one of our largest lessees of all lessees making up our real estate portfolio out at SCLA. And so with that, in the case of 553, this is where we are actually agreeing to release a facility from the leasehold interest of ComAv, where we're actually going to take it back prior to the expiration of the term on the lease for that particular building. And actually, the opportunity for us is the building condition definitely requires some roof improvements, and in fact, we saw some of those improvements in the budget. And so taking the facility back will allow us to make improvements to that facility much sooner than waiting for the expiration of the lease. So that's opportunistic for the airport authority. Ultimately, when we make those repairs, then we'll be able to release it, probably at a higher price. At least that's our hope. But then the other item is for ComAv to actually occupy some office space, Suite 102 at our headquarter office at the airport. So in totality, we're releasing a facility, but then leasing some office space back to ComAv. And so with that, I know that's a lot, but these items have been authored by your airport director, Mr. Eric Ray. He's not here tonight. Pitching in is our assistant airport director, Mr. James Morowski, and he's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendations?
That the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve the first amendment to the standard lease agreement for buildings 553 and 739 by and between the SCLAA and ComAv Technical Services LLC, and authorize the airport director to execute said agreement. And that the Honorable Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve entering into a standard sublease agreement for Building 720, Suite 102 by and between the SCLAA and ComAv Technical Services LLC, and authorize the airport director to execute said agreement.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to take technical questions from our city council members. Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving?
No questions,
Thank you. Councilmember Harriman?
I have none.
Thank you. Councilmember Gomez?
Are there any repercussions of expenditures incurred by taking the lease early?
With the staff report, we do talk about taking back this asset earlier on than the term expiring. So we do reflect that within the staff report, and also the loss of that additional revenue for this fiscal year, and also the next one following this as well for 24-25. But as Mr. Missler pointed out here previously, is that with taking back this facility, it allows us to put some improvements into it to where we can actually lease it out for hopefully additional and more revenue in the future for that facility, so repurposing it.
Do we know what the square footage for this particular building was rendered for or leased for?
Yes, for building 553, it was 22,000 square feet, is approximately.
And what's the square footage cost or fee associated? 0.95?
So for 553, it was 46 cents per square foot.
And is the leasing released early for the space a contributing factor of the building's dilapidation that Mr. Messler building, the reason why ComAv decided it would not continue being housed in that building?
So in this case for ComAv, it was more of a operational necessity to actually get rid of this expenditure on their balance sheets. They are not, so let me reflect back to this. During the pandemic, we had about 550 aircraft on the ground at the airport, where a majority of those were being serviced and maintained by ComAv. And since the pandemic here in the last 2 years, the amount of aircraft has decreased by over 200 aircraft, where they don't need the additional space for doing their work. That included engine storage, part storage, etc.
Thank you. And for this lease not to be left vacant, the city decided to negotiate with an inflator of 3%. If so, what does that mean for the current and the future revenues and expenses? That was part of the reporting.
And could you repeat that question again?
Yeah, for the lease not to be left vacant, the city decided to allow ComAv to negotiate with a 3% inflator. If so, what does that mean for us now or any revenues in the future?
Yes, and with that inflators are 3%, so for the next, within the term, when the next year passes, it'll be increased by 3% for that inflator for the lease, the cost, monthly cost.
Okay, and can I go on to 17?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the 0.95 standard for leasing hangars for the magnitude of an SCLA project? Is that typical?
You're talking about the amount, 95 cents? Is that?
Yeah, per square footage?
Yes, we base this on a market rate for the appropriate building and also the space, and then also the square footage.
Thank you. And what was the former sublease agreement cost per square mile per month for office space, since they're gonna do administrative things in there?
You're asking about the previous term, what the cost per square foot was for 720?
Which is 0.95, right? So it's my understanding that we're gonna take it back, but they're gonna have limited space. So I wonder if that square footage cost change from 0.95 to another figure?
So item number 17 is a different building. It's building 720.
Okay.
One you're referring to with the 46 cents per square foot was building 553, which ComAv is vacating. And it's a different type of use. That building is 22,000 square feet. 720 is about 10 to 11,000 square feet. And with the office space and with the market rates, it has an additional the increase in square footage price.
Okay. And then finally, for 17, can this space be used for anything other than administrative measures, like maybe a hangar, something to occupy for ComAv?
And you're talking in relation to building 720?
For item number 17, if that's the item, sure.
Yes. So building 720 is not a hangar. It can't be used for a hangar. It's just strictly office space, which ComAv does need for its human resources and also for customer support as well.
Do we know the cost per square footage on that?
Yes, that was 95 cents per square foot.
Okay, so 17 and 16 both have the same 0.95 per square foot. Is that correct? We combined items 16 and 17.
No, that's not correct. I believe the figure given for building 553, you said was 43 cents per square foot or
So 553 was 46 cents per square foot and 739 was 36 cents per square foot.
739 was.
Your time is up.
Thank you. Mr. Benster, I have a question. Did we have to let ComAv out of their lease? I have at least a house or a building, but doesn't a lease tie you into rental?
It does. This is one where obviously based upon the relationship with the tenant, the value that we place on that relationship with the tenant. And of course, we're privileged enough to have a good working relationship with them, with all of our tenants. But, you know, we have a good sense of the pulse as to the status of the industry. And so in this particular case, as it relates to 553, you know, absent, you know, mutual interests in that facility, them trying to shed unnecessary space for them, us seeing an asset that is more than 50 years old, requiring a substantial improvement, the opportunity for us is to get that facility back, make the necessary investments in that building, basically so that it can become more valuable when we put it back out in the marketplace and lease it to another tenant. That's effectively why we're motivated about letting the tenant out early in this particular case. We really have mutual interests here. But absent a mutually aligned set of interests, yeah, it'd be appropriate to question why you'd want to let somebody out of a lease early.
But we, like you just explained, we're helping each other out. We're taking space that they no longer use, and we're now able to work on it right away.
Correct.
Of money that's already been budgeted, that we're ready to go.
That's correct.
Very much. No further questions. At this time, I'll invite a motion.
Move to adopt staff's recommendations for items 16 and 17. Is this?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Yeah, okay.
I have a first by Councilmember Irving.
Second.
Go ahead. I have a second by Councilmember Harriman. Comments on the pending motion? Councilmember Irving?
No comments.
Councilmember Harriman?
I have none.
Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes, I actually appreciate the stance of that mutual interest. I remember in the beginning of 2016, 17, there was a lot of contention with ComAv and with Victorville, but today we have that friendly relationship where the city manager can definitely look at someone else's perspective after being 20 years with SCLA and producing a lot of revenue. So I actually appreciate that this was something of a relationship that came across, as it wasn't as friendly in the beginning, but now it has led to a relationship that is something that we are contributing to. So thank you for allowing the city council and yourself to agree with what you've done today.
I have done. Madam Clerk, would you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Gomez,
Aye.
Councilmember Irving,
Yes.
Councilmember Jones,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman,
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation for items 16 and 17 as presented on the agenda. Item 18, standard lease agreement for building 685C by and between the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority and Andrew Industries, Inc. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is involving a small aircraft hangar that's located on the airport, which means it's inside the fence line, currently unoccupied, but certainly desired by a company I know as Andrew, who we've been working with as they've expressed their interest in not only occupying space at the airport, but furthering their efforts in aircraft development. Known to us is that they're an American defense contractor, and so with that, they're developing an aircraft that I'll certainly ask that Mr. Morosky speak to in better detail as to the type of aircraft and what they're trying to accomplish. But with that, this is our standard lease that allows for an initial year of 3 years with an option for an additional 3 years if so chosen by them to extend. We do have obviously revenues to be generated, but there is necessary repairs associated with the facility that the tenant is agreeing to take on in exchange for rent credit. So there is a rent credit component to this lease structure. And so with that, again, authored by Mr. Eric Ray, but he's not here. So you have Assistant Director James Morowski to answer the better details of this item.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That the Southern California Logistics Airport Authority Board of Directors approve entering into a standard lease agreement for Building 685C by and between the SCLAA and Andrel Industries, Inc., and authorize the airport director to execute said agreement, and adopt resolution number SCLAA 24-001, amending the 2023-2024 budget, increasing revenue in account 4501119A-45200 by $59,856.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to take technical questions from the council member regarding this item. Councilmember Jones?
None, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving?
No questions.
Councilmember Harriman?
None.
Councilmember Gomez?
Yes, for item 19, what is the rent credit equal to in cash for today if it were converted as such?
If I might, and Mr. Morowski can correct me if I'm wrong, it's spelled out better in the lease agreement, and I'll point to the section, but it's about $300,000 in value of rent credit that's available to the tenant after month 20, provided that they actually perform and complete to our satisfaction the actual improvements. And so, yes, I'm correct in that you can find that reference on page 769. It's subsection C, I'm sorry, it's in section 6C entitled Rent Credits.
My next question is, if you can point out the same for the improvement, what is it that we're expecting as the improvements?
Mr. Morowski, can you describe the work that they're going to be doing in the hangar?
I can, yes. So with their improvements, we're allowing up to $600,000 of tenant improvements for 685C, the building. And that includes with LED upgrades, more or less the building itself with office space and also the restrooms. They're going to be retrofitting some restrooms inside, and then also some flooring. And then there's also I'm wrong, but there's also something we're going to do with the fire suppression system as well. But within the lease agreement, it does lay out Exhibit A and Exhibit B, which shows that up to $600,000 of tenant improvements will be covered with a 50% back on rent credits. And then there's also a section where they'll be improving the building based on their customer needs for what they need out of the facility.
Okay, thank you. I have a follow-up question. I don't know if it's a fair question or an equitable question, but the value of $300,000 for the improvements of $600,000, was that negotiated? I don't see the fairness in it, but I'm not an expert in what is going on, and I don't know the standard. So I want an explanation of how it's equitable and fair to provide these credits when it almost seems a little extra. We're taking more, I mean, it helps us, but I don't see it helping them.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, there is a negotiation involved in all of these types of leases, especially if they involve a rent credit. And just generally speaking, it's not uncommon for any type of tenant to want 100% of the rent credit. But, you know, our view as an owner and in the business of leasing properties, not always do we see value the same way. And so while it may require, improvements by a tenant to invest a certain amount for them to actually be able to occupy and conduct their business, that's effectively customizing an asset that's already owned by us. And so we at least attempt to take some type of fairness in approach when negotiating and being willing to consider offering credits where we can actually see the added value of those credits being given back to where we reasonably can believe that there's going to be added value to the asset, making the hangar in this particular case more valuable by those improvements being needed, and therefore allowing us the opportunity perhaps to make more money on the rental over a longer term.
Thank you. And the next question pertinent to that was this a 6-year, so a 3-year lease with the option of another 3, which would be 6?
That's correct.
So then, with the explanation, I would consider the depreciation of the value of the hangar, and I guess we can create that as a sense of fairness, which I didn't think about until Mr. Messler brought up value and seeing value very distinctively. Has the city consulted with an expert in, and maybe this is irrelevant, in regards to bringing in individuals who can potentially have a business in this actual hangar that would qualify as maybe federal? I know Mrs. Irving, Councilwoman Irving talks about this a lot, and she has the appropriate wording, but it just reminds me of the contracts that we take, and potentially this is veteran only or women only or one of those categories that we could potentially have developed when we did these fair, equitable
Your time is up.
contributions.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, the simple answer to that question is no.
Thank you. No further.
I have no question. At this time, I'm going to invite a motion for this item.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I move that the SCLA Board of Directors take action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda.
Thank you.
Second.
Nope.
Ladies first.
Ladies first.
Okay. I have a first, I have a first by Councilwoman Jones, and I have a second by Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Okay.
Comments on the pending motion? Councilwoman Jones?
None, thank you.
Councilman Harriman?
None.
Councilwoman Irving?
No comments or questions.
Councilmember Gomez?
Not at the moment. Thank you.
And I have done. Madam Clerk, will you please take the vote?
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We have now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item 19, initiate the annexation of tract number 18980 into the Drainage Facilities Assessment District Number 1 and Landscape Maintenance Assessment District Number 6. Mr. Metzler, would you kindly introduce this item?
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. This item is involving a developer-initiated request to annex property into our Drainage Facility Assessment District along with our citywide landscape maintenance and assessment district. This is involving particularly residential property that is identified with tract number 18980 and is generally located north of Silica Drive or in the general area of Silica Drive and Second Avenue, the northwest corner of that intersection. And so with that, the developer has approached the city requesting to annex these properties into the districts. This is the first step of a three-step process which we're used to administering. And so with that, this item is dealing with first step, which would be an initiation of the proceedings to request the engineer's report, and presuming that that the council approves this item tonight, we would then satisfy step one, moving into step two, which would eventually, at a later meeting, bring back the engineer's report, deliberate, and decide if it's the intent of the council to proceed with the annexation. Then there's a public hearing process that would be the final stage that would ultimately help facilitate a voting by the ownership to determine if, in fact, this property should be annexed into those respective districts. So something we've done many, many times before, but I wanted to give you that preamble because presuming that you do approve this item tonight, you'll see this item again in similar fashion on subsequent meetings. So with that, the author on this item is your city engineer, Mr. Freddie Bonilla. He's available for any questions or comments you might have.
Thank you very much. Madam Clerk, would you please read the recommendation?
That the Honorable City Council approve Resolution Number 24-013 to initiate proceedings to annex Tract Number 18980 into Drainage Facilities Assessment District Number 1. Approve Resolution Number 24-014 to initiate proceedings to annex Tract Number 18980 into Landscape Maintenance Assessment District Number 6. Approve Resolution Number 24-015 to preliminarily approve the Drainage Facilities Assessment District Number 1 Engineers Report. Approve Resolution Number 24-016 to preliminary approve the Landscape Maintenance Assessment District Number 6 Engineers Report. And approve Resolution Numbers 24-017 and 24-018, setting a public hearing date of April 16th, 2024.
Thank you. Technical questions from the council members regarding this item. Councilmember Irving.
No questions.
Councilmember Jones.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Gomez.
Is there going to be voting for the April 16th hearing?
There'll be mailed ballot, presuming we get to that stage, and like we've administered in the past, if we get to that stage, there'll be sealed ballots to be considered by the property owners and mailed in by the property owners to the city clerk.
Do we know how many property owners there are?
Mr. Bonilla, is it probably one property owner?
Good evening, Madam Mayor again. That is correct. It is one property owner who is proposing to subdivide that parcel into the tentative tract map that's before you.
And then my next question is, are there any of the DFADs or LMADs within the space that we're talking about in this item within HUD funding spaces?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Harriman.
I have none.
And I have done. At this time, I'm going to invite a motion on this item.
Madam Mayor.
I have a first by Councilmember Jones, a second by Councilmember Irving. Councilmember Jones, comments on the pending motion?
None, thank you.
Councilmember Irving?
No comments.
Councilmember Harriman?
I have none.
Councilmember Gomez?
At the moment, thank you.
And I have done. Madam Clerk, will you take the vote, please?
Councilmember Gomez.
Aye.
Councilmember Irving.
Yes.
Councilmember Jones.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Harriman.
Yes.
Mayor Becerra.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We've now taken action to approve staff's recommendation as presented on the agenda. Item number 20, City Manager reports. I wanted to just jump all over.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of the council. Just a few items, more celebration to do in that the city's Green Tree Extension has been selected as the Outstanding Public Works Project of the Year by the American Public Works Association High Desert Branch. And so there'll be actually an event where staff will attend to receive that award, and then we'll ultimately bring that award back to the city council to present to you. So more celebration for that amazing project. I have a feeling this year we're going to have quite a few celebrations for all of the accomplishments of last year. On the environmental program side, we do have our semi-annual community cleanup day. This next event will be actually held on April 20th. Registration is now available on the city website. The deadline to register is April 5th. And then another item, we have just received plans for a 1.3 million square foot facility out at SCLA. It'd be located next to the existing Amazon warehouse, and that is a new facility that'll actually be occupied by Goodyear, the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. So with that, that's all I have at this time, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Good news all around. Item 21, discussion and possible action regarding upcoming agenda items. Councilmember Gomez.
None, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Harriman.
None.
Thank you. Councilmember Irving.
Don't have any, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Jones.
None, thank you.
And I have none. Move it right along. Item number 22, reports from city council members. Councilmember Harriman.
I have none, but I would like to say that the item number 3 was really put together good, you guys. Thank you.
Very good. Councilmember Irving.
Nothing to report,
Thank you. Councilmember Jones.
Yeah, thank you. So I attended the SBCTA Mountain Desert Policy meeting last week, very light agenda, same with our VVWRA meeting last week. VVWRA is going to be hosting a wonderful event in the coming months, and I'll tell you more about it as the time approaches. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Gomez.
Yes. For me, it's typical. I'm out in the streets, knocking doors, meeting people where they're at, grocery stores, nothing that nobody would know that I would typically do when I'm speaking with either people in the public. And so that's my short report as how do I contribute as my personal committee to meet individuals and individual families.
Thank you. Myself. 2 of my meetings were canceled. We're about to have a confire meeting. We'll come back with any report from that. Other than that, meeting adjourned. Yeah, we zipped right along, didn't we?